Xenon. Previously, after waves of intense simulation, more successful ground raids were conducted, more materials gathered, more secrets of alien technology unlocked. Grenades, now whiter and yellow. Rockets, likewise. Hopefully, many more devices to follow. But for now, we've more things to raid. Things are escalating. We should escalate right back. The schedule for our immediate affairs, and quite nicely so since we'll be able to fit it into October and have it improve our rating in Europe. Man, not one civilian casualty in the Middle East so far. Just doing real good by them. Overall rating, slightly positive for the month, which is good. All of the money we need to properly stock up our field bases here at Argon and Neon. At which point we'll have all the resources we need to actually stabilize our rating and be more proactive about air control. At that point, our only gaps in coverage will be South America. Well, obviously this whole band in here, which needs a base of its own, of India, Central Asia, mainland China, and so forth. About this much of that will end up inside of Argon Zone once it's fully upgraded. But yeah, we'll need another mid-Asia base to cover all these bits. And Neon will extend out to around the Gulf. Our remaining main funding zone coverage gaps would be South America and the rest of South Africa. Of which, even with partial coverage, we're still managing to keep in some good standing with the representatives. Anyway, we wait for daybreak, and we raid that medium. So, incidentally, in doing a bit of reading, specifically I wanted to see if I could look up, like, the encounter list to confirm whether I'm supposed to be seeing only lizard men in these first couple of months. Wasn't able to find that, but was able to find confirmation that, 2 lizard men, while their infrared vision makes them immune to smoke, fire does indeed function as smoke against them. At least it does here in Community Edition. Probably not the case in the base game. I'm just gonna mix in more incendiary weapons, since we have been seeing mostly lizard, and that'll be a nice side benefit if we can, light them on fire and also disrupt their vision. What vision they have. Since, despite their status as the worst marksmen in the alien army, they're still pretty adequate marksmen. And they only need to hit once. Twice-ish. Alright, teamwork en route. And then depending on how well that goes, we may have time to follow up on one of these other crash sites. Alternatively, I could just airstrike them for cash. Industrial's kind of a rude biome. Yeah, let's just airstrike that one. Should we send injured soldiers into battle? Of course! What do you think the medals are for? We've covered your burns in tiny metal squares. Alright, here we are. Arctic biome. I did not rearrange this dropship before sending this mission. That's alright. We adapt. We're in a nice corner. Corner with a nice nearby building that we can try to probe. Alright, finally, the other early game enemy type. These little tracksuit men. These Star Trek looking fellas. So these are your... These would be your what you call it, sectoid stand-in. Just your gray suitman. What if a sectoid were regular height? Just tall. Just a non-short gray alien. Just, you know, kind of a big lanky gray alien. Full size. That's these guys. Compared to the lizards, they are much more fragile, but also, you know, better at aiming and shooting and put more value in their own survival, so they're not as exploitably reckless as the lizards. Could not get the machine gun out the door soon enough. In that case, just get you close. Get you outside so you have a lot of angles to work with. We'll see what happens. Later game ones are also possessed of the mind powers. These ones are not the early guys. There are particular ranks of them that have the abilities, of which you can differentiate the different like ranks and roles of the you know, soldier type enemies by their appearance. They have different uniforms they wear. Which, in the case of the tracksuit men, they're helpfully color-coded alongside everything else they do. It's like these blue fellows here, that's either outright non-combat or maybe basic security man there? With his space rifle? You are too heavily weighed down. I gotta have you shed some gear. You can't afford a proper shot from your sniper rifle, then. If you can't afford to do anything with your... I perhaps misjudged some key metrics here. Just put that grenade down. Doesn't solve things now, but it will help later. Yes, non-combat, but fully armed. It's the space equivalent of a mall cop. Just the security guy on the research team. When they're going out into wild, untamed spaces full of hostile wildlife, scientists will carry guns. Ah, away to the roof. Nice. Go ahead and sweep that. There, something. Your way, is there? Is a parka man taking shelter in here? Or is there something wrong with the stairs? Maybe they just didn't have enough time to start climbing. I'll see about getting this sniper up there. Yeah, there we go. So they can work this direction from the window and then go out onto the roof in general when things move beyond that. I feel like I actually want to redistribute soldiers here. Just for symmetry's sake, have a rifle and a shotgun trade places among this spread. Yeah, a lot of astronauts carried guns. It's a valuable survival tool. If your capsule veers off course and lands in the wrong neck of the woods, you may have to fend off bears while waiting for retrieval. That's the perils of being an explorer. I actually needed to leave you with 43 time, so... Alright, there. That'll leave you functional. Alright, good scouting efforts. Rubble. That's probably near the crash site. If not the site itself. You can just nestle in there. And only light woods between us and there, unless there's like some big rocks in this area. Not a bad field of fire. Okay, the shed is hot. Now, was all of that from inside the shed, or did... It seemed like a second shooter must have been there from how many rounds were fired. It was an auto burst and then 2 regular shots. I think that implies multiple assailants here. Good job for a specialist. Although, just to get things started... That should help. If I can actually spot them, Aura might be able to land a shot. Need confirmation. I won't be able to get this turn. Yep, there we go. There's the ship. It's a medium. Who's may just be out of luck here. Luck holds. There you are. Highly effective. And actually, yes, I had the good sense to equip everyone with first aid kits. Ball status intact. Now this is my shed. Farmhand is getting a little far afield. But now that we've resolved that, unless there is indeed a second shooter over here, this shed will be under control and the rest of the team will be sweeping up towards the door of the ship. Hey, it's that guy I deduced was there! The science! I could just barely not... Oh, if I use the window... There we go. Yeah, great to finally encounter these guys in this run. They have a lovely death hoot. Alright. That's every bad dude we've accounted for so far. And everyone else's vision is starting to catch up with that side of the ship, so we'll send Farmhand around the long way. Everyone else will scoot forward. These guys are much nicer to deal with in the early game. They don't regenerate! And they die in like 2 or 3 bullet instead of 6. Yep, let's get moving. It was weird to have so many lizards in a row. But then, when there are only 2 types of enemy available here in the early game, it's iterated coin flips. These things happen. Them being so close to the wall means I won't be able to set up my usual, shy, long-range kill zone for trying to mow down the door. Everyone will have to move in and engage. It may work out for the better. All I had to do was start actively planning around fighting lizards, and immediately non-lizards appeared. That's the trick. And we haven't seen any gaps in the armor yet. Don't have any free insight into the contents. Have a bunch of trees we can work with scattered around. Big rock here makes for a pretty good staging area. Yeah, what, actually, let's switch you back to rifle at first convenience. It's breaking into a medium, there's potentially going to be whole new kinds of loot to take out of this thing, in addition to bigger volumes of the usual stuff. We do finally have the luxury of fighting softer targets. Bullets will do. This is the enemy type that regular human bullet pistol is reasonably effective against. I could have brought shieldmen. They'd be able to contribute. Also, set up to use a breaching charge here. We'll give everyone else time to get into position. Although this is also the first class of UFO that's going to have, many rooms inside of it. So busting open the front door isn't as huge an issue as it is with the small ones. Once you crack them open, kind of the whole space is there immediately. These are a bit more flexible in how you take them apart. Alright, knock knock. Yeah, like, even right away, there's a corridor, there's a foyer. One which I don't want to charge into with just one person in position, so let's scooch up more of the team. Yeah, things like that. This is why we scooch. Ahoy, red shirt. Yeah, there we go. There's like this forward section with the chairs and the glowing pedestals, and then the aft section with the rest of the stuff. Precision. Yeah, there we go. That's the guy. You tried. And they didn't even all die. Look at that. Look at that. Slips is fine. Good job, Slips. So brave. And yeah, that's another thing. Several of these medals have stat bonuses attached to them. So surviving a wound strengthens the soldier directly. It's not just a badge. Yeah, there were non-combatants and security guards. and apparently they had a drone on hand that just had been destroyed in the crash, I guess. There we go. That's two important tech opportunities for moving forward. Those are on the path to getting aircraft of our own. Yeah, I'll just go ahead and plant the foundations for the new lab. 2 labs, in my experience with my other campaigns, was enough for load-bearing research. We'll still see if that's still the case here. I wound up with 2 labs, 2 shops. The, like, fancy super decoder thing shoved into this corner here. And I'm not sure what else I did with this spot in the bottom right. It'll get up maybe a defense array? We'll see. For now, though, I could consider patching the... Nah. Let's just junk this one. Probably wouldn't have stayed overnight. It was already a day old. I need 3 more heroes. Maybe prioritize strength so I can have more heavily laden heroes. Quick, durable, quick on the draw, terrible aim, and a coward. You'll make a fine heavy. You just need to hold the big gun. It does all the work. Statistically, if you just throw enough bullet at the enemy, one of them will hit. If you haven't hit yet, you need to throw more bullet. You need more heroes. Well, let's first consult the bin. Then we load them up. Yeah, and actually, since their order on the list does not matter for formation, matters for, you know, personal sensibilities of keeping everybody sorted. Build the formation however I want. How many more corpses do I need? It'd be nice to have more of a barometer. Alright, there we go. We have learned And yeah, more clearly in the more detailed art, yeah, it's a Star Trek man, but a gray. Head of R&D remains smarmy as ever. So, the red shirts are the most vulnerable of them. Those are the non-combat personnel. The blue shirts are the basic security, and then other, more powerful colors of shirt, or like shirt with shoulder pads, will be the proper soldiers. And there's our full general autopsy. Yeah, wouldn't be so big on that. I mean, people are just kind of a shape. Most animals are vaguely the same shape. And things have shapes for reasons. Shapes have uses. Legs are legs, no matter what planet you're on. So yes, they are your typical frail, spongy, but more brainologically advanced spaceman. Powerful mind. Brittle bones. Have vocal cords that but are incapable of speech. Immune only via the brain. The usual lore bits about signs of augmentation, signs of being artificially produced rather than bred naturally. Fed by tubes. Direct injection of nutrient goo. There we go. That's important. I mean, I'm gonna finish the plasma rifle research, but this will be useful. This is the gateway to stun weaponry. Which both enables us to do captures for, tech and plot progress, but also stun weapons are pretty useful just as a way to neutralize enemies. Throughout the early, mid, and even late game once you have the better stun weapons. This is going to change how we engage people. Nice art for ground attack. And the ongoing looming mystery of, we know there are a shitload of spacemen up there. Outlandish numbers of spacemen, and yet they only choose to just kind of poke and prod and noodle about. They could just drop the hammer at any time, so why don't they? Why withhold your hammer? Current air war is but a light tickling. compared to the full might of the alien fleet. And information about the Corvette itself. Our standard medium UFO. Has proper armor, but is much heavier, and so, well, you know, that's still really fast for an aircraft, but much slower than the smaller UFOs. It carries more power systems because it needs them for the bigger engine, fancier electronics governing it, more sensors, more materials, a big old plasma gun. And this thing, which was on the map apparently, we just didn't encounter it, it was already shattered. But these fellows, just drones. Like the bio drone, but without a brain dome. Tiny cyber disk. Well, tiny in terms of gameplay, in terms of physical dimensions. 1.5 meters is a reasonably wide thing. That's like some kind of comedically large party pizza. Just an angry Roomba. If your Roomba were twice its normal size, it would try to kill you. Contains tiny space reactor, explodes when shot, has rapid-fire plasma gun. The usuals. It's a cyber disk. It does what you expect of it. It is the heavy weapon companion of the tracksuits. And research report on the plasma rifle. And while plasma technology there is the next step on a very important ladder, I will dive in on biology next. Especially since we're going to have the other lab complex up in like a week. Yeah. So those other scientists can form, you know, a second team to chip away at the energy science. Will we get another airwave before the end of the month, or do we just have clear sailing here? Dice might be giving us a moment's peace. Nope. Hello. Alright, so, a small... Anything else? Because UFOs do spawn in waves. So often you want to not actually jump at the first contact immediately, but instead give a second to see if you detect any others. Line at 2K, that's... Scout. Get him, fellas. We attack at dawn. Yeah, there we go. Although... Wait, have I? Whoa, time. Time slow down. No, I have not yet stocked any planes at the other bases, so while we were able to spot that, no feasible intercept. Well outside our current operating range. That will change in November. Oh, just to review. Yeah, teamwork's fully loaded, everyone has their vest. Audience continuing to post images of weapons strapped to Roombas. Escalating scale. Very good. Just gonna lighten up the combat gear here. The last mission taught us that you've brought a bit much. Maybe discard the extra rocket? Yeah. I mean, we've moved up to super rockets now. Some say not everyone needs a medkit. Tell that to the guy who bled out in that one simulation, because the medic was too far away. By like 3 times. If everyone has a medkit, no one needs a medkit. The capacity to self-recover. Okay. We have a lot of directions we're allowed to move and a lot of rude objects in them. Although, looks like this side just goes straight into a wall. Nope, there's a corner. There's a gate. Interesting times. Yeah, this... Well, at least there's local forces. Helpful police to distract the enemy. Between these vehicles. Major test case. Moving up in the world. The question asked, do local forces get stuck with bullet weapons forever? Actually, no. Once we get deep enough into the tech tree, I believe it's either second last or final tier of weapons, lasers will actually make their way into the hands of other military forces. Laser cops. Farmers with laser shotguns to defend their laser grain. The future. Actually, I should give you a buddy if you're going to be raiding that building. Having Killinger watch the road is sort of providing a buddy. Right, upper floor I can get into. Yeah, they'll just secure this garage and then be able to move forward from there. Okay, both a civilian and a cop have entered that building. and neither of them collapsed into a massive goo. This building is probably safe. Alright, so this team... snake your way out to this edge of the map, and then we'll kind of sweep everything together. Would like to secure this building anyway. Just a good point to monitor the rest of this from... Oh hey, there's the UFO. Being here, you know, I cannot shoot lengthwise through this van. Barricade it is. These civilians have just been terribly helpful in providing me with a nice... Well, I suppose what's going on, probably most of this thing's crew died on impact. That's what's going on here. If it were working with a full team, then several of these civilians should have been dead by now. Just statistically, there would have been, you know, bad guys standing in some of these buildings, and they would have had a chance to shoot people long before I got there. All these folks are alive and well, milling about several turns into the map. There just can't be any aliens out here. To my knowledge of the mechanics of the old games, which presumably Xeno would take after in making such decisions, The amount of stuff in a UFO that's destroyed on crash is based on how much damage your interceptors do to it during air combat. Or the idea being there's an amount of health this UFO has, and then a lower bar of like 2/3 or like 3/4 or some large percentage of its health where after taking that much damage it will crash, and how deep into that zone you are decides how much of the UFO's payload gets destroyed. Where, naturally, when it lands deliberately of its own choosing, all of its contents survive intact. Where, if you do all of its health and damage, it is completely destroyed and you get nothing. It's very easy to forget that there are trees on the tops of these. Likewise, lamppost. Any other tall object. How often you're just looking at one slice of the map at a time. Sitting on an urban map, what are all these tubes for? Why are there all these pillars along the road? Right. Lamps. Forgot to open this building. Probably give it a look over. Due diligence. I still don't even know what's in this thing. We gave it some speed holes. Tactical gaps. One of the things Community Edition did was add a lot more maps and map pieces to the rotation. So far, they've done a pretty good job of adding variety and tactical shenanigans. These have all been good shapes of map. Of interesting objects to fight over. Bunch of nice cargo containers I can use to shield my approach. Alright, let's get set up to blow the door. Lisbeth. Should have swapped this. Yeah, great. Now he doesn't have the time to throw it. Oh well, these things happen. Oh wait, yeah, I could, Who is carrying incendiaries? You are. Start a little fire. Alright, that is exactly where it was supposed to be. Just don't blink and you'll be fine. See, it's weird that I cannot throw this directly into the fire. Alright, doors open. Commence festivities. These angles, though. This UFO is so rude. Just these protrusions at the front. The fact that the door is sunk back one square from the edge. And that they're apparently tall enough to just prevent you from lobbing things over them. Such weird geometry. Well, it's a start. One more back there. And on the other side, at least, there's only one in the forward compartment. That's what I got to work with. He'll get his one shot. And there's one more back in the engine. There we go. Rifles, reasonably effective. General purpose weapons. They have a mode for every occasion. Surgical. Look at that! No civilian deaths. All local forces intact. What a good raid! As long as you have a hospital running, your wounded recover quite quickly. Anyone who gets out of the fight alive will be put back together in a reasonably quick time frame. Or heroes from the bin. I will go about balancing their equip loads once we get into their next fight. And hello, biology report! Learning things like they also breathe oxygen, but they breathe it much more effectively than we do. So they use lower amounts of oxygen in their controlled atmospheres. However, a whole bunch of crazy chemical differences that suggest they're from many different planets. Their similarities have been designed, architected. And interesting bits of lore. That just Earth's atmosphere has toxic levels of oxygen in it to them. There we go. There's my baby. Just unweaponry. And 5 days to the second lab complex. Once again, I can see you, but I can't kill you. Not unless you wander over here. You will just be free to conduct vandalism at your leisure. I think these big blue tubes have always been here. Tube 1 and Tube 2. Tube number 3, which is instead a bar. The unnumbered tube, the caution tube. They may have added from the upgrade. I know there's, later on, some technologies that cause much more drastic changes to the artwork. Tube might be new. And there's our monthly report. Just shy of $1 million in hand. Situation is stable. As usual, well liked in the regions that we have full presence in. Currently most vulnerable Central America, which we're about to have coverage from that out of Neon. And suffered the largest single funding hit in Indochina, seconded by the Soviet Union, where both of those are going to be getting more service out of Argonne, which we can orchestrate right now. Gotta be careful. These radars, very sizable price. And then, yeah, that'll leave money for the scientists when the lab opens in 3 days. Alright. Our budget will be put to use. We'll have radar around eastern North America. We'll have interceptors over Australia. Hey there, medium. Medium showing up before I have the equipment in the area to deal with you. That's okay, there are other mediums right over here. I'll be looking to build and ship pairs of heavy interceptors out to the outlying bases. Alright, so it's definitely that there are 4 UFOs in this wave. One we shot down, one we can see there, another up here in Siberia, one that's just noodling out over the ocean. Alright, reviewing the equip loads. Yeah, that's all healthy enough. Formation. this point it might even be worthwhile as well to spread my heavy interceptors more thinly. Favor coverage over density of firepower. With the proper maneuvering, one big MiG can take down a medium. I believe that was lizard noise? Although if it's lizards producing the noises... there might be local forces successfully engaging lizards. All the surprising things, though, to find myself missing something from Terror from the Deep. It's a dropship, but I can't get on the roof. Can't have someone climb up here among the, the collapsible rotors. That was just such a great feature. Free high ground on every map. For once, one of them came to us. Good day. Killinger, please. This is not the time for welcoming bullets. Kindly load and fire the murder ammo. You should fall back. Just a bad place to be standing. See if we can secure this log. Since that lizard declined to move up, so it's somewhere else, but doesn't have too much depth of map that it could wander into. Which tree was that? Over here? Try to see if I can put more bullet into him before deciding what to do with Nixon. Because depending on the situation, Nixon could try to close in for a kill shot. Or yeah, he'd be able to get nearly up to that shrub and still fire a regular snap. Actually, mathing that that's not a good approach. Back off, Nixon. Right contact, wait for backup. Okay, we found the ship. Which is slightly on fire. That's about the right place to be. Why did I lose sight through this tree? This raises questions. Oh, there you are. And that fellow looks to be carrying a larger than usual gun. Or maybe I just haven't seen it from this angle recently. Alright, yeah, now from this, yeah, it's definitely... I think that's the alien squad machine gun equivalent. Judging by the bulk of it and how it's being hefted. And now it's dead. Alright, that's unfortunate. Lost Nixon his turn, just from poor choice of action order. Figured he was far enough out of the cone. Mistakes occur. Might be able to thread the needle, though. Let's see. That tree is strongly in the way. See, I can't zoom out and look at the whole firing solution here. Achieve 21. $22. Oh, you are more of a concern, You're the kind of thing I should figure out how to deal with. Quite get a grenade around the tree. Or wait, yes I can. Alright, good stuff all around. You just hold tight, Nixon. I'm gonna reposition everyone else to better support you. So yeah, he's actually in a real rough spot. That's very open ground. Unless there's a notch behind the trees over there for him to duck into. He will not be safe. Right, so he's either hiding in there or has moved further back into the map. He is running out of depth. The edge is back here at the tail of the ship. Divert Swede to work with North Team. Killinger and especially Bekenduk. They can keep the door under control. Okay, actually, I should take advantage of this. This is thin wood, so I can see through these. Taking some damage. Have people right there. My safe spot to guard the door from. There's someone who has the full service. would be the invaders have readied for football. A little closer. Make sure we have adequate accuracy firing on the door. No sense wasting bullets hitting over here or out there. There, we're getting work done. Pounding my angles. At least I could suppress him. Or try. You tried. Yes, Nixon! Shotguns. They're good. They will kill. And that wraps up the wilderness, and now we just have everybody converge to assault the UFO. Which, this time, hopefully, will be different. I mean, we at least have somebody playing footsie with us in the doorway, and suffering for it. This tree is just really good. And sweet around the back. Position Nixon to be ready with the C4. Only 2 turns away. You have never managed to sneak a shot in from here. So just substitute in another rifle. Keep moving the machine gun. Alright, this time we'll have like double that. Although you are managing to run down your ammunition. We'll have to actually reload an M16 during one of these engagements. Unprecedented. The reflexes on these two. There is a mod in the workshop that includes Soviet-made equivalents of all of our small arms. Largely for flavor, they give most of them near identical stats. Slight differences on some of the weapons. But for the most part, just for flavor. Actually, I won't set up this. He might have the right angle to join in the ambush reaction fire, and we already know Nixon's good for that. Never lower your guard around Nixon. Lurking behind every corner, Nixon. Yeah, Swede can deliver the charge. I even need the charge. We're doing a pretty good job of just keeping this guy under fire. Alright, you can do half of readying the charge. 45 regen on this asshole, though. It takes a lot of bullet to keep pace. He just has no idea what's happening. Every time he opens the door, he gets filled with more bullets. What are these? Where did they come from? Alright, so duck back in. Slide a little closer, because then next turn, scooch out, throw a bomb, scooch back. Swede, you've destroyed yourself. Swede, you have no one to blame. At the very edge he might survive. He has his vest. He's fine. Not even scratched. Clever ruse, a complete success. This lizard man is just indestructible. What is this creature? These spacemen clearly possess football far surpassing our own. And it was just him guarding the ship. Oh my. Oh, that's rude. That is so rude. Why is this here? Why do mediums have one of these? I knew it was coming after the other medium had the drone, but... disgusting. That's a bear. Medium UFOs contain bear. Alright, let's get the new science team installed. And yeah, with that... Yeah, following up on previous statement. Or actually, let me consider how much... What's the build price of one of these? 200,000. So I can't afford a new one right now, but probably could after like 2 more good UFOs. Like right now I chose instead to buy the rest of the science team. Yeah, I'm gonna transfer one of these. If I can remember where on this interface... Yeah, relocate, that's what it is. And that to Argon? Yeah, Argon. Alright, so that will zoop its way over there. Then we should have the capacity to shoot down mediums, which I will perhaps then decline to raid in the near future. Is refueling after its journey, but I can just tell it to launch anyway. I mean, it's right there on your doorstep. Yeah. Though the auto-resolve thinks this is impossible. Maybe I'll prove it wrong? Let's see. I mean, I just need to land the shots. Or not, because 2 torpedoes is not enough to fell one of these. Okay. Retreat. I will, in fact, need to double up on these things. Or bring, you know, some small planes to finish the job. Alright. Yeah, that's what it was. There's the actual edge of the engagement zone. And he's clear. How long before the other planes show up? 7 hours. Although, depending on how long it takes to reload, like, the damage persists. You just go after it again. Now victory is inevitable. Perfect. Still preferable to down them over land so you can get the airstrike cache. That is at least positive rating pressure for the area. It's cutting this guy off from trying to throw more. Yeah, it only takes a little while to reload the plane. And reloading has higher priority than refueling. Let's see if 2 smalls can take a medium. The stats say yes. Give me any land at all. Come on, those are land. Just, alright, yes, those are indeed land. There is enough land here to be official land. Alright, so the procedure here... We have 2 planes involved. We're gonna do some more tricky maneuvering, ideally. Sort out which of them he wants to go after. And have the other slip in and shiv him in the back. Especially since for the long-range weapon, they do have evasive rolls they can pull in order to dodge. If he changes his mind about which one he's going to try to shoot, then all the better. That just gives me more opportunities to try and blast him. Okay, that is in fact a very fast firing. Alright, do a roll. Try to get out of there. You're down. Whatever. Fair trade. One of mine, one of yours. Costs only time, and we're just going to airstrike that right away. There. We're to positive opinion with Australia. And friends. And let's see, how much downtime do we suffer for having taken that hit? Intercept menu. 51 hours. Not even 2 days of downtime to retrieve and re-enable the aircraft. We found one of these, just laying around. So, this is our local chrysalid equivalent. It also has a super form. There is regular bear and large bear. The usual fare. If they successfully kill a human, it becomes a zombie. If you kill the zombie, it hatches into a fresh bear. And our autopsy. Explaining many of the same things. And a bunch of flavor text pointing out that, yeah, it is terrifyingly unlikely that such a creature as this would occur. Nothing about this murder machine sounds natural. It is some sort of bioweapon. Okay, the rest of the science team is here. Excellent. Get to work on, yeah, alien plasma tech. Everybody in. And if that site is still there in the morning, that'll make a fine ground raid. A quick small farm mission. Or alternatively, we'll see what biome this lands on. Industrial? I'd take farm over industrial. Bomb this. Alright, so you're back. If you put together a squadron of different aircraft, it will, as a group, move at the lowest speed. Yeah, there we go, as expected. Having the little guy to provide support and land the finishing blow. That's enough to make that a guarantee. Just one escort. Alright, ground team, how are we feeling? Everyone full of gun? Not have any wounded to swap out from last mission, because everyone did quite well. And our survivors of other actions are holding together nicely. There, that should be the right time. Teamwork 1 underway. Ah, local farmer. Local lizards. So yeah, for the shotgun being a pretty decent weapon, farmers, I'd firmly rank them like second place in terms of local forces units to encounter. Second only to, you know, actual soldier with assault rifle. There. That is why I stand a machine gunner next to the side doors. That is work getting done. Start the first rough pass of sorting everybody into their fire teams. In particular, military base and desert map have pretty good local forces, because you will find, like, you know, regular army soldiers and helpful guerrilla fighters. And then farms and the scientists on Arctic maps, those folks might have shotguns, I think. They're a pretty good follow-up. Ah! Congratulations on enlisting, local farmer. Welcome to the team. Someday, one of the comms has gotta let you recruit helpful locals. Maybe that could be a feature in Xenon-Auts too. I would love to draft this valiant farmer. He's prepared to join Earth's finest. Went just a smidge too far. And we've made contact with Barn. Remember to be careful about the corners of tractors. They have weird cover geometry. I like these hedgerows that the farm maps tend to have. Nicely partition it off into blocks. Okay, good. This is not some sort of void barn. Somewhere out there, a farmer continues to do work. Till we hear a matching human scream, they've remained undefeated. Barn clear? Maybe there's one that's on fire. Keeps wandering back and forth through hazards. Inhaling dangerous amounts of smoke. Ship located either way. Yeah, I think it's more likely that one of the ones inside the ship is on fire or huffing fumes. Keeps rubbing up against dangerous things. Alright, unarmed farmer. Pretty well confirming this one is safe, and that door leads outside the engagement zone. This is the Void Barn. The barn to nowhere. Alright, we are good to approach the ship. Nixon? Alright, Swede. This time, when I tell you to throw the charge, you throw it away from yourself. Okay, Nixon's bleeding. You need 38 for the throw, and I'd ideally like to give you 2 more tiles. There. Better. Look, see, look, the one person who's not a medic can do nothing to save Nixon's life. You have 9 health, though. You're only a little bleeding. You just scooch over here. There, you're fine. Love that interface bug, that little foible of it's cycling through people, and it jumps, it's in the middle of jumping to someone who has 2 hands instead of a 2-handed weapon. It can end up drawing, you know, a large weapon, but in a tiny slot. Just Nixon and his adorable miniature rifle. Nixon panics and runs away from the medkit, filled with precious life-saving bandages. How much bleed do you have? Probably a fair bit. You had 9 health left, and I was able to do a tiny bit of patching up. You're in dire straits there, Nixon. 5 bleed. Goobert. It's up to you to save Nixon. There. Rude. Come on. Your own spotter. How could you do this? Alright, put these 2 back in order. Major, you rat. How could you give your own squad mate the friendly fire? However, he is fine. The room is secure. Just the two of them wedged in there, I'm gonna be able to throw a whole bunch of shrapnel at whatever opens that door. Also bullets. We have prepared the party line. Yeah, all that miscellaneous lizard noise was probably this guy in the engine just wandering into smoke and getting irritated. Promotions all around. Good mission. Brought in nearly enough money for another heavy interceptor. It happened within Soviet borders, so that's good for politics. And there we go. A critical breakthrough. Stun weaponry. The blue numbers that you've seen flying around, those are stun damage. Flashbangs do a bit of stun damage, melee attacks with regular guns do some stun damage. But now we have dedicated, good at stunning weapons. Most important being that our scientists have mixed up a knockout gas that will work on alien biology, using that common synthetic oxygen-handling protein against them. And also, just cattle prod them. Just tase them. That works. So with that, we can reimagine the use of the Shieldman. And yeah, let's go with alloy fabrication. Actually... Oh, well, wait, no, I canceled the wrong, damn it. You better not have forgotten everything you learned about, yeah. Plasma tech, and let's pick up directional thruster. So yes, with that, the shield is going to make a wonderful, thrilling return to our lines. Reborn. in that while they'll still carry a pistol around for skirmishing, and that will eventually be non-garbage once we can move up to fancy space pistols. The more important thing that we can do is give them one of these. They can just close in and riot cop whatever gets in their way. Also, I am going to go ahead and strip out those, because now we have purple versions of all of our explosives, loaded with stun gas. Purple smoke is an extremely valuable tool. Set that as default for now, even though I'll need to also rearrange that to use the body armor. That'll be for when Teamwork 1 gets back, but yes. So with this, it's a smoke grenade, but one that disables enemies, giving you captured enemies instead of corpses, so it's more valuable for your rating. And if friendlies get caught in the smoke, they pass out, but they're otherwise fine. You can revive them and continue fighting. This is amazing. This lets you use rocket men without, you know, constant clenching fear of destroying everything you hold dear. Rocket into hand, smoke into rocket. Not want to cast that into the void. Yeah, take a launcher, load it with purple, put it on your pack. Take your rifle for general purpose fighting. Oh, weird, the template doesn't care about what's loaded into the rocket. But yes, everyone has reason to carry purple smoke. Our new best friend. The haze is good. Especially assaults. You get all kinds of haze. Nixon in the hospital. I have an opportunity to swap around our loadout again. Give you a vest and put you on the plane. Well, helicopter. We'll go with a shield and an assault fighting side by side for a while, see how that works out. Once we have a larger squad size to work with, I will carry, like, I end up kind of bringing 2 of each general infantry role. And then if space allows, also toss in a vehicle. And here's our next wave. Medium and escorted medium. That might be our first terror ship. Well, let's meet it head on. I will take the auto-resolve. And you still have... Well, no. Head back to base. Reload. And then I will scramble you again, since I know you're good for getting loaded fast enough to attack multiple targets. Radar still isn't on in America? 2 more days. And then we get ready to raid that thing. Or, well, no. Landing sites are too risky when we have our slow-ass regular dropship. We tried that once and it did not go well. Acceptable. And yeah, just sort out formation. We ride. We have visual confirmation this was just a Corvette. And I mean, Corvettes can conduct terror missions, but they will still do so with the crew size they have. If it's a Lizard Corvette, it may have a live bear, but that's a risk I'll take. This is why we run simulations. Really? Really? In November? Huh. New enemy type. Well, not new to me, but new to you. New to this run. They brought drones. Yeah, this was probably a terror ship if it's loading those this early in the game. Which is just damn perfect because these are actually immune to purple smoke. Have to pile grenades on them and hope for the best. What we have here, this is a Robert. Okay, I managed to collapse it, but yeah, that's how much health they have. That's how tough they are. And they carry a sizable gun to go with that. There are multiple color-coded classes of Robert. Green is pretty low on the chain, I think. So these are early game Roberts. Just surprised to see that they're more of a mid-game enemy. You could think of them like Mutons. They are the other tough but dumb, you know, heavy weapons alien. Good. The situation resolves. So there probably aren't any living things in this enemy squad. It's just gonna be drones and bots. For that, I may want to just keep the team in one mess so we can concentrate enough firepower to deal with these guys. Roberts are reasonably potent. We brought enough, you know, size and quantity of bullet to fell a Robert, but is a task. Team has to work together. Yeah, get into this house. That'll give me view of that field and whatever's down this road. In terms of personality and behavior, the robots are like the lizards, but more so. They are in fact completely fearless. They cannot be suppressed, but they also have zero sense of self-preservation. When they find an enemy, they will stomp towards it and fire their gun until it is dead. Means that if you have, you know, caught the attention of the robots, you can fall back and set ambushes, because you know they're just going to stomp forward and fight you. That's all they do. They're Terminators. Except, you know, Terminators are kind of clever. They're like the stupid soldier Terminators from the big battlefield scenes. Instead of the crafty assassin ones that they send, you know, dressed up as bodybuilders. I could actually subdue one with the prod if I find a good opportunity. They can be stunned, just not by gas. In fact, you may as well equip your prod right now, because your pistol will not be good for anything. Alright, the moment you have time for it. a regular-ass human handgun is no match for robots. This is tricky, because I know there's one behind these trees. I know he saw my people. To gamble on whether I could fall back without getting shot at, or if I should just stay here and hope they can drop enough firepower on it to knock it out. Yeah, dig in. Not the worst case that could come out of that. Best case isn't even bleeding. Robot solved. We got another house there. Third building across the road. At this point, we've seen about a quarter of the map. Alright, civilians alive in that house. Good. Let Scoobert and Mora do a little scouting in those woods. You ready to kick the door down? And yeah, commit to that decision to move into the building. Things are probably... Alright, there's 2 buildings. But if there were robots in this one, they would have attacked those civilians. Definitely. So things are pretty quiet in this direction. We've heard no stomping, no electric whirring. No hover wubs. Move up to the tractor. Ah, not even civilians, but armed locals. Robot house? Nope, clear. The escort fighters are completely destroyed when taken down in air combat. They don't contribute anything to the ground battle. No, yeah, just throw it on the ground. Your new weapon. There's the ship. And we can approach from outside this well. Okay. There is one in the field that we need to deal with. Good to know. Our stick has ammo because that's the battery for the taser portion of it. After depleting that charge, it becomes less effective at subduing. Once it is actually just a club. Oh yeah, what we probably just heard happening there. These robots are also capable of trampling terrain features the way our car does. So in the process of stomping around fearlessly, being a fight bot, it will also clear paths through terrain. the precedent. Huh. Precedent from the other Corvette raids, though. They should only have the one drone. It should just be robots from here out. Only robots. I think this is what's going to do it. This is what's going to get us in trouble. This barracks is not a great way to approach them. Well, it sort of is, but then also high risk. But again, anything that lets us close distance. The chance to catch a robot. Capture a fighting machine of our own. Alright, there he is. Although none of these folks have direct sight on it. Down here, I mean, obviously we can see via Scoobert. Provoke him into stomping this way. That's a chance for an ambush. It really just opened this door and walked away. Just, whoop, nothing here. Clever girl. You rude machine. I can't count on one grenade to defeat him. Normal shot, and then duck over into the building. At least, yeah, out here, so it has to come around the corner. still want to do this. But have 17 time left when I get in front of it. Not enough to swing the baton. Okay, there's the deciding factor. Need it to get closer. If it does round that corner, I have several people ready to participate in that fight. Not sure what it wants to do. Perfect. Oh, we can bop him even faster. Tough robot. They're built strong. Now, because I dealt the final blow with a bullet that probably is a kill rather than a capture. Still, though. Yes, we were able to confound its AI with a paradox. Standing equidistant from two perfectly good murderable humans. Is unable to resolve what action to take. Community may have made the Roberts less predictably aggressive. Maybe they have worse vision. And you've almost run down your medkit. Actually have a nice, reasonably open shot here from the outhouse. And now likewise here. Okay, the door held up a little better than expected. Why? Why have you done this? Now you're on fire. Look what you've done. Think about what you've done, Killinger. Dwell on this moment. What series of choices in your life brought you to this moment? At least he's not bleeding. He is merely on fire. Once again, the witchcraft worked. The moment I started preparing to encounter a specific type of enemy, they switched it up. It's learning. So, Hubert has the only other brick of C4, I think. Situations like that are why you might choose to use the longer timers on the C4, rather than just assuming they will work fine the first time. That's fine. That works. Where'd my shieldman? There you are. Cleverly hidden by smoke. Oh, this one has a different layout. There's more than one floor plan for several of the larger classes of ship. Shotguns. Yeah, this one has kind of an anti-room, and then everything else in this big kind of horseshoe. So he's up here, or over in that other pod. There you are. And there you are. Alright, 2 robots. Just 2 robots. Whoa, careful. Watch its lips. Although, now, what... Whoop. Briefly had vision on him from here. Alright, because what I'm thinking now is, since they've seen me, they'll probably aggro over here. In which case, I would then be able to ambush them with my team. But if right there he is in their vision... How about over here? Can I... Not directly. Good. Work with that. Alright, so if one of them walks in, these two should be able to deal with it. Unless it's at less than punching distance. More than punching distance. Space. My greatest foe. And yet, still not worst case. You can still go punch him. He's trying. Flips has his shield. He could survive like 1, 2 bullets from 2 robots. That was a sizable number there. Could be the end of him. Forward sweep. Avenge him. Alright, now we'll probably lose 1 more soldier, but then otherwise this is in the bag. Wait, avenge them. As you should. Yeah, 2 people traded for some robot bodies. Nice pile of alloy. Not bad. Robots in November, though. Gross. Alright, do this in detail. Got to be careful about, yeah, pull out, pull out. Swing you in, yeah. Gotta be real cautious about that. There we go. A bit of cannon fire, and then he'll be done. And of course, engaging in this amount of, you know, dancing about is itself balanced by the fact that we only have so much loiter time on the fighters. Once they're out of fuel, they have to disengage. Come on. Mistakes happen in the sky as well. And it'll be 12 hours before we can get anything else in the air. New raiders online, though. And the budget is in place to build another Foxtrot. 4 days. If he stays around any longer. Yeah, it's not in great shape, but it's loaded. It's functional. It flies. They die. And our examination of a Robert. Yep, never take cover, never hide. Except that one we saw hiding. Got kind of an Iron Man thing going with a little cyber reactor where the heart is, or would be on a Bioman. And again, our scientist raises questions of why would you build a fighting machine that so closely resembles the shape of a living thing? This is weird. You could use all this technology and, like, put it in a tank shape and it would be a much deadlier weapon. It's fascinating to have a leg bot that can walk on its walking legs, but why? What is your deal? What are robots? Robots? In November? Xenon.